Hello there, folks. It worked, and welcome to session 80. Wow, 80. Session 80 of The Forming. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. And with me today, we've got my lovely cast, whose faces I have missed so bloody much. We've got Patron of Chaos, we've got Just Harry, we've got Khadija Al Kubra, and we've got Ash Howard Music. Oh, we've even got a smile from Ash. Isn't that lovely? See? She does love us.
She's getting there. She's getting there.
Terribly sorry for the week out, guys. I was, doing stuff like being on stage, doing Joseph in the Technicolor Dreamcoat, which we rocked. Out of 5 shows, 5 days. 5 days, 6 performances, 500 seats every single night. We only didn't sell 22 seats out of that whole week.
That's impressive.
That's crazy.
Aced it. But yeah, I'm back now, and we're getting back to our regular filming. One thing I do have for housekeeping is this Saturday at 5 p.m. CST. I have spoken to my party, and they have agreed that they would like to live stream the character creation process for Dragon Age. So we are going to live stream our character creations on Saturday, and maybe even get some intro play depending on time. It's a new TTRPG that is showcasing on our little channel. The great and amazing people at Green Ronin Publishing have been very, very vocal in their help to us, and they're very excited to see an actual play about this. So it's going to be really fun, and my party are very excited to show you guys what they're going to be playing. So you're definitely going to want to check in for that. Other than that, I've got nothing new, so I'm going to pass on over to my players, and I'm going to ask very quickly, as quickly as you possibly can, guys, what happened last session?
There was pranks being pulled by Kesselis, which Elion was a good sport about. Arya and Elion had a talk about how the crown thing got ripped from his head and all that jazz, and just a little bit of trauma bonding and all that jazz. And then there was basically car ride games between the 2 court people in the party too, which was funny to see y'all's sibling-esque energy. We decided to hunker down in the Furbolg village overnight because that was safer and slightly less traumatic, and hopefully we'll get to the party in that still. Reverie had a little chit chat with the Raven Queen, saying, you do you, but maybe be careful of the guy who sends you dresses inlaid with the souls of the dead. And also, if you want to know about something kind of sad, I will let you know, but can't tell anyone else. And that sad thing is, her son is going to eventually die a young death. And let's see, we met someone on the road on the way who was going to give us a riddle, but then, unlike Arya, the party was suspicious party poopers, and we didn't get to find out what it was.
In all fairness, the last 4 people that you've spoke to that you met on the road have all tried to hurt you, steal from you, or kill you.
Not true. Remember the wizard with the tristan?
Yeah, I remember him. He was definitely going to try and kill you.
Anyways. He was not. Anyways. Well, he didn't. Anyways, Sheila and Kieran had a really, really sweet moment where, he kind of basically, shared with her that empathic sound of connection to the Springlands that Springfolk have. It was such a sweet moment. I loved seeing you guys as a couple like that. Character growth. Elion talked to Reverie finally about, not the kiss, but overhearing about the mirror side quest she has for the Raven Queen, and telling the Summer King, who's got her stolen mirror. And yeah, and then he was like, I fucked up, but I promise I'm gonna make it right. And you can smack me around as much as you want for it until you feel better, or something like that. And then Arya got a little down in the dumps because something reminded her of something unpleasant from her trauma. And yeah, if anyone remembered anything else that I'm forgetting, please let me know.
Yeah, this is the third god to fuck with my hair.
She
Or
just
third
braided it
powerful
and put a
being
little
to fuck
feather
with
in
my
it.
hair.
She only gave you a little braid.
I
She
think
could have cut it
Brand's. I
all
think
off.
Brand's just obsessed with my hair.
She could have cut it all
I
off.
just think that, you know, anybody with short hair is just really uncreative. I mean,
Oh, buddy, I got.
like, you know what I mean?
Me post haircut blues.
Oh, I've never been so glad to have a hijab on.
Oh, actually, there is something I do have to quickly add into housekeeping. I'm very, very sorry about this, guys. I have some bad news. I did a charity live stream very recently, and part of it was, you know, in order to get to 4,000, I said I would shave my beard if we got to 4,000, and we hit 4,000. So some after PAX U, all gone.
Oh,
I mean, it'll be back. It'll be back in like a week, but it'll be gone. Yeah, I think that was roughly around it. We did end with Elion getting a braid with a raven's feather in it before everybody went for their long rest. And so with that being that, we start anew. So, contrary to the past few times that you guys have went to sleep, or went into your trance and whatnot, and woken up, you're not woken by the sounds of rebuilding, or by the sounds of battle, or destruction and whatnot. You're awoken to the sound of birds. And the chatter of furbolgs, and general niceties, you know, the kind of stuff that's not really been heard in a fair wee while. Even for the past like week or so that you were, you know, recovering in Russet Falls, there's been officials moving around, and there's always, you know, all this, you know, official talk. That's not here. Here, furbolgs are just talking about their day. It's like a general little village feel about it. Reverie could almost feel a bit like home to you. And as the new day comes, and you guys wake knowing that you'll be leaving soon to travel, I'm going to go in the opposite order that I went last time. So we're going to start with... I can't remember if it was Elion or Reverie. Elion or Reverie that was... It was Elion. We are going to start with Elion. Elion, last night you made a promise to a deity. Not to serve or nothing like that, but to fix the problem you caused.
Mm-hmm.
So you wake up and you can, you know, feel that feather at this point. You know, the little end of it jabbing into your neck as you wake up. What's Elion's first steps of the day?
I will kind of take note, but I'm not saying anything. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna find. This is quite wooded, right? But we remember the woods are quite fucky-wucky.
The woods are still being cleared out right now. There are still some parts of it that are quite dangerous. At the moment, this whole kind of like, those who are not of Spring should not go in there yet. Like, if you're from Spring, you should be okay at this point. Like, but even Kernan was like, I went like 5 minutes and stopped, did my thing, and then left. Like, you know, it's mostly leave it to the druidics to figure it out.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to find an open space with the most sunlight.
Okay.
I'm going to be in very basic clothing, just not in my full garb yet. And I'm going to be effectively shadow training in as much sun as possible.
Okay.
And then after about an hour, I will do as much hygiene as physically possible and find everyone else.
That is absolutely fantastic. Within that hour, what you're also going to do for me is roll a wisdom saving throw.
I die.
Death! Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cow. I love it. Ash knew exactly where I was going with that.
You know what?
She just
I
knows
rolled
me so
very
well.
high. 29.
Okay. So, you're going through the shadow training. And it's like you take a second before you start to imagine the foes that you're going to be fighting while you train. And when you start to move, it is moves that you have practiced and you have done so many times. At this point, if these enemies were coming at you for real here, you could do this blindfolded.
For real.
Your steps are graceful. Your movements are fluid. And then at one point, as you bring a horizontal crescent dipping low to come up into an overhead slash, as you bring up the overhead and turn, for a brief moment there's a flicker of an Eladrin humanoid there. An Eladrin humanoid wearing armour. Armour that you recognise. Armour of a high-up official within the Summer Eladrin military. The thing that's different about them is that their body, the armour, has been rent across with claws much larger than that of any normal creature. Their jaw hangs loose at one side as if their face has been caught by that, and through a gargled gasp, the dead and somehow reanimated image of your father gargles a word that sounds suspiciously like son before the image fades.
Kind of just stare. I can't have one day. I'll take a few minutes to unpack, not get anywhere in my own mind because it doesn't work, and then continue.
So, you are choosing to accept what you saw, not focus on it in any way, shape, or form whatsoever, and move on.
I mean, I'll keep an eye out for it in case it comes back up. Because
if I see my dead dad again, like I might pay a little bit of attention. But okay, cool. What will I mark? I'll mark that as half and half. I'll be fair.
What's that even mean? I'm not bread, Bran.
Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about what Bran's doing.
I'm
does
not
what mean?
Homer's 50-50. Okay, you can't half and half me.
Excuse me. How dare you? Hove is 50-50. It's Warburton's best at both, you dick. It's the only bread option in the world. Okay. And then you're going to find everybody else. Excuse me while I pop a vocal zone because my throat hurts. Okay. From there, I would like to go to Reverie. Reverie, my dear.
Hi.
You two have had an eventful night. So as you wake, what are your first steps during the day?
I'm gonna go make some tea, and then I'm gonna go knock it on Cassilius's door.
Okay. So you make your tea. Any particular type of tea?
Just one that's really good for like people with allergies.
Okay, cool. Okay. So you make a tea consisting of some local herbs and plants that are good for helping people with, standard seasonal allergies and such. And then you head towards Kessler's room, where you can hear Kessler's inside muttering in some language, as he is quite commonly doing. Do you knock or do you walk right in?
I knock. I have a sense of boundaries.
Okay. You knock, and he breaks this stream of dialect just to go, "Come in."
I open the door with my cup of tea for him.
Okay. He is currently translating something. You can see him holding a book here, and another book floating here. And as he's looking at this one, he's running his finger along an empty page, and words are flowing from his hand.
I don't want to interrupt. I brought you tea.
At that point, he closes both the books, puts them down, and comes over taking the cup. Thank you. Oh, is it morning?
Did you stay up all night?
If I say no, would you believe me?
No.
Then yes, I stayed up all night.
Why don't you drink the tea and take a little break?
That sounds acceptable. And he will sit down, still holding this little wooden cup of tea, and just kind of start sipping on it.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna put a little braid in his hair, and I'm gonna druid craft some flowers into the braid.
What kind of flowers?
I thought you were gonna ask, and I have an answer for
I'm
you.
glad you've asked. Wabom!
I am braiding into his hair. I am braiding bluebells. For loyalty and hope, mostly the hope. Forget-me-nots, and mixed with that is carnations for admiration and nurturing warmth.
It kind of settles into that kind of that head position. Well, I mean, I say that, Harry. I don't know if you will know this, but that kind of that position where you can eventually settle in when your parents braiding your hair, where your head's just kind of skewed off on a diagonal, just limp, and you just kind of end up sitting there while the braid's being put in. He ends up there, and he's very comfortable. He just sits there, and whenever he sips from the tea, he's almost angling it into the corner of his mouth. And as you do that, he kind of frowns and he goes, "Is it normal in autumn to braid someone else's hair?"
It can be when you're very close.
We learn how to do it by ourselves in winter.
Winter's a very independent place. And I think that is a very wonderful thing.
It's lonely sometimes, though.
I can imagine so.
They're
I
so
think
they're so focused on everybody being equal, on everybody being like everyone else. So there's no uniqueness. There's no individuality. Everybody is a carbon copy of everybody.
I think individuality is what makes equality matter.
And he kind of smiles. When me and Kernan were stuck in that place, and when we kind of snapped out of it, he used to tell me stories about when his grandmother would braid his hair. And then he's going to kind of look back at you a little bit, not taking away from the braid, but turning the way, the kind of way of like the head is coming from that. Turns to you and says, "Are we like that?"
Kind of.
I don't think you're old enough to be my grandmother.
I definitely am not.
Okay.
But I am old enough to be your mother.
If I had a mother, I'd want her to be like you. I mean,
Well,
okay, so I know that I have a mother. I'm aware of that. I know how that works. But what I mean is, like in winter, we don't really have parents. You're just born, and then you go to where children go, and then from there you go into education. And if you're able to use magic, then you go to the university.
well, for all intents and purposes, I think of you as myself. So,
And then he's going to get this kind of like really cheeky little kind of like side grin and go, "So does that mean I call Asmodeus or Elion Dad?"
neither?
And he just kind of chuckles and he goes, "Well, that's very good, because I didn't actually intend on saying it to either of them."
I wouldn't expect you to. Ever. Ever. Elian would get a complex from it.
Well,
For sure.
I think now I might do it. You do understand
give
that
him
I'm
a
in that
complex?
teenage rebellion phase where I just love to make people uncomfortable, right?
I mean, that's fine, because if anyone tries to hurt you, I'll kill them, so.
Likewise. You know, just a normal conversation between a mother and her son.
Mhm.
If anybody hurts you, I'll kill them. I concur!
She starts like, she rolls up, like when she finishes the one braid, she rolls it up, so that way it kind of, it both blends in with the hair, but also kind of stands out in a very neat, elegant way, and then
Okay.
works on one on the opposite side. And while she does that, she goes, "My mom used to braid my hair." And we would sit and talk about anything.
I like the sound of that.
Oh my god.
Well, if you want, this can become a morning routine.
I like routine.
Me too.
Then this is what we do.
Absolutely.
And then he just puts his head back forward, just watching everything going on. and just drinks his tea.
When I'm done,
Mm-hmm.
I kind of pat his shoulder to let him know that I'm done. I'm gonna lean down. I'm gonna kiss him on the top of the head, like her mom used to do to her. And then I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna sit on the top, more like lay on the top of the dwarves.
Okay. Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Reverie. This will be when, roughly Elion starts making his way back and when everybody else will kind of converge in from doing whatever their first steps are. We're going to jump now to... Oh, I can't remember if it was Arya and then Sheila or if it was Sheila and then Arya. I think we opened yesterday with Arya and then went into everybody else. Okay, so it'll be Arya next, then we end... Then we go... no, sorry. We opened... Get myself mixed up now.
Sheila.
We opened with Arya, so as we're doing it in reverse, we go Sheila, then Arya.
Yep.
Sheila! I had it right in my head, just words didn't work. So Sheila. Sheila had her first real taste of exactly what it is to be from spring last night. She got to hear for the first time that song that Kernan's always talking about. So there was a really, really intense and special moment shared between them. A moment that nobody else in the party is going to experience. Nobody else is going to hear that song. Nobody else is from spring. And then there was that moment that, quite a lot of the times that they've had together have been within like the kind of view of other people and such. And this one was very, very special as well as being alone. And we've seen a really, really great part of Sheila's character progression coming into the fact of her being like, okay, so some things from spring make sense, I guess, kind of, maybe. So after that, what's Sheila's first steps into the new day?
So I think Sheila's going to wake up a bit early and
Okay.
sneak out to. We're still nearby, the forest, right?
Oh yeah, the village of the Furbolgs that the Furbolgs have built. This, I say village, it's like a settlement. Is like the entrance to it is like 50 feet away from the edge of the forest. You're not going far.
Sheila will kind of come to the edge of the forest and just listen again, trying to analyze the noises and the music of it, and
Okay.
is trying to, in Sheila's way of understanding music and it being like a formula,
Okay.
basically figuring it out and what makes it so special.
Oh, do I do something? Oh, do I do it? Do I do it? Do I do it? Do you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Right, hold on.
Yeah.
I need D100. D100. I roll number. Number is. Oh, I don't have glasses. That's why number is not number. Okay. So, somebody pick higher or lower. Oh, wait, actually first, let me write the number first. Then somebody pick higher or lower.
Middle.
Fuck you. Higher or lower?
Higher.
Higher.
Okay, higher, and I've got the number here. So Sheila, here's what I'm going to do, right? First off, if this pulls off, this is something that will, in a very, very minor, very, very minor mechanically, alter your character. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys have heard that I've been given the okay. Okay, I'm keeping this notebook here because I don't want anybody accusing me of switching things up, right?
I love that Dan says this to me and Ash, and we're like, yes, please.
Yeah.
I said to somebody once, if you do this, then you'll get a random thing that I've made for your character. Is that okay? And they went, oh, I don't know how I feel about it. I've went to Harry like 3 times. This will change your class. He's like, fuck yeah! Okay, so now what I need you to do, Sheila, is I need you to roll me a D100. And if you roll higher than the number I've got here, then something fucking funny is going to happen.
$99.
99. Okay, so that's the number I wrote there. That's the number that I rolled. Okay? So, Sheila, here's what I'm going to do. As you sit there and you try to kind of analyse it in your very analytical way, that, you know, when you hear a song, you hear the song, you can feel, you know, how the music is meant to make you feel. But you, as a composer and such, you also break down the music. What is this supposed to be doing? How is this supposed to be placed? And as you're sitting trying to do that, you're sitting here trying for the life of you to hear what Kernun's capability and his gift let you hear, but without Kernun there. You can hear the wind, and you can hear the leaves in the trees, and you can hear the grumble of the larger burrowing creatures underfoot. You can hear the birds in the sky, and you can hear the squirrels and other small creatures that call this place home. You can hear their chitters and their skittering around. And for like the first maybe 5 or 10 minutes of you sitting here trying to grasp this, it just sounds like noise. And then you get that sensation, that little tickle in the back of like, you'd be forgiven for thinking, oh, Kernan's not here, so it's fairly normal. That could be like the back of your neck. But you know, in that instinctual reach to scratch, there is no itch. It's because it's internal. And then you start to hear those little notes, those little melodic ululations, and almost like a choir starting. You know, 1 singer, then 2, then 4, and then 8, then 16, then dozens and dozens and tens and hundreds. And that song that Kernun let you hear starts to play in your mind. Sheila, I'm going to give you the same limited telepathy that Spring and Ladron have. Okay? So, essentially just put it down as, you can take the telepathic feat, okay? You can just add that to your character sheet. But on the other side of it as well, when you're within the forested country of the Springlands, within 10 feet of any plant, you can choose to tune in and hear that. As you develop this and as story progresses further, other things will happen. But there is going to be something else that happens here, Sheila. There's going to be another thing here. Like I said, this would incur minor changes on a mechanical scale, but there might be other things here. So here's what's also going to happen, is your hair still going to retain that kind of like very, very deep autumn notes, but you know, kind of like an ombre at the end. There's going to be this not quite willow and red, but kind of coppery tone, like what's the word?
Russet?
No, not russet.
Strawberry blonde.
Like when you see those leaves in autumn that have, when they start off kind of like really crispy and brown at the edges, but they go to that kind of bright orange in the middle. It's like that.
Oh, that's so pretty.
Oh my god, you're ginger.
And if there's any other physical changes you want to add on, please feel free. But this is like a little. It's like spring, almost kind of bringing you into the fold. I was gonna give you antlers, and then I remembered, shit, she's already got them. So yeah, that's that.
You're the only one with antlers as well, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
I mean, so So most of the Eladrin have the kind of style of what kind of, if they do decide to have these features that they create for
Yeah.
themselves, they all have a kind of standard. Most people in spring have antlers. Most people in autumn have horns that are like thicker and, you know, more defined. But you know, somebody in the autumn courts could go for something like antlers because they're you know, they're a lot more elegant.
For real.
And when you'd sent me the Hero Forge model you'd made, and I went, oh, antlers, they've already got them. Okay, cool, awesome, that's fun. And then when I got to the point of like, there's going to have to be some kind of, in my head, like in that literal wee 20-second blip ad of like, do I do something funny here? I'm going to do something funny. I was like, oh my god, I'm going to give her nope, she already has those. Fuck. So yeah, that's what you get. Instead of getting fancy antlers, you get dip-dyed hair. At least it's
I
not.
pay a lot for that, so
At least
I'll
it's
take
not.
it.
At least it's not box dye. But yeah, so I mean, is there any is that enough for you, or is there any other physical change that you would like to see?
I remember when we were talking about each of the courts, they kind of have different metals / precious stones they lean towards.
So, some Eladrin, as I said, when you come from the Feywild, you can alter your physicality to look like anything you want. One of the things that was quite the common occurrence was, like, you know, like tips of like horns or antlers and such, instead of being made from like bone, it was like the bone would fade into precious metals, sometimes gemstones. Like King Oberon, he has like 2 crested sets of antlers, and they're burnished in bronze. Kernoon's are copper. So there's that kind of thing. Some of the kind of more courtly officials took to replacing their nails with like gemstone, and that's something that was easily capable in the Feywilds. Once you come over to over into the material plane, that magic kind of, you know, fades a little bit. But in this particular instance of a character change happening, I'd be more than happy with you if you wanted to do something along those lines. By all means, go for it. As creative as you like to be. But yeah, courtly officials would sometimes do gemstones because they're seen of a bit more splendiferous, I believe is how Tigger puts it. So you could replace your nails with emeralds, rubies, sapphires, platinum. I tried to think of precious metals and everything went out of my head except tungsten, and I was like, just imagine what on earth with tungsten nails. So yeah, things like that you could easily do.
I think we're going for a precious stone manicure. That
Precious
sounds on
stone
brand.
manicure. Okay, so precious stones is definitely an autumn thing. You know, to spring, but I mean, that's still okay. By all means, go for it. By all means, do that. Spring
No,
is. Go ahead.
I think on brand with the moment.
Okay, so what you could do to meet both in the middle is still have precious stone, but it be a colour that represents spring. So you could do emeralds.
Yeah. That sounds
Okay.
good to me.
And it's not like faceted like gemstones are. They look like nails. They look smooth. So you now have this change of your nails, much like is done by so many court officials, as you would know. Your nails now fit that fashion, but they bear the colour of spring. And you now have solid emeralds for nails. Well done. You can now only clip them using magic. You ever tried to clip an emerald, guys?
No.
Okay, so along with these physical changes, what does Sheila take away? What's Sheila's next part here? Like, you can now hear this. You can hear this song is so filled with echoes of like joy and excitement and little minor dips into negative emotions, little dips of like sorrow at being separated but still so close to their loved ones, being able to hear and to see but not be able to touch. Like, you know, if you could put the entire human emotional spectrum into a song, this is it. If you could take the sound that someone's soul makes when they are happy and attach it to a flute, if you could take the sound, the reverberation of someone's raw, unfiltered joy and attach that to the strings of a violin, this is it. This is what it sounds like. For somebody who always looks at the technicality of things, how does Sheila take the fact that this is not a song you can write? That to put it in perspective, Sheila in this point could only ever be Tenacious D. This is not the best song in the world. This is a tribute. Like, how does Sheila deal with that?
I think it's what she came out there to analyze it, so that way she could recreate it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's one of those things where she maybe stayed there a bit longer to keep listening.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not the acceptance that she can't do it, but it's more of like, yeah, maybe it's not like full-on acceptance, but it's kind of maybe understanding that there's something bigger.
To be specific in what I mean, I'm not saying you can't take this song and go, that's
oh
a G,
yeah,
that's
I
a
know,
D.
but it's more like she knows that she'll never be able to recreate it fully.
Yeah, it's like you can have somebody with the exact same vocal range, the exact same conditions as Freddie Mercury sing Bohemian Rhapsody. They can be pitch perfect, they can be all in on it, but they're not Freddie Mercury.
And I think that's her thing, is that she would always know it's a cheap impression.
Okay.
And to her, that wouldn't be doing justice to it. So it's almost like slight mourning of, I know I can't recreate this. And that kind of makes me sad, but at least I have this and I can enjoy it.
And that is the thing as well, that I'm really, really glad that you said that, because that is something that Sheila now, with this acceptance of spring, almost like going, yeah, you're one of us now. Sheila has that. Sheila will always be able to go back and go, I can listen to this, I can hear this. So I quite like that you said that. I quite like that. I like that. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. That's called growth, people! Oh, getting me all emotional and shit, guys. Come on. Anything else for you, Sheila? Anything else you want to do? Or is it just moderate acceptance and continuing to listen?
Moderate acceptance, listening to it for a bit before just like slowly walking back to the party eventually.
Shoes still on?
Yeah.
It'll happen eventually. You know for a fact.
No.
I'm gonna do it at one
She's
point.
still on them.
So at one point, somebody's going to shoot a fireball, and oh no, the shoes, they're flammable, and now the ground is muddy. Alrighty.
Then we buy her new shoes.
But her feet will already have touched the ground.
Heel.
With a sharper heel, so she can stab the ground for making her walk on it.
Then we just buy her new shoes that have impenetrable dome just slightly around the shoe itself.
It's gonna be Carmilla Carmine shoes.
Oh my god, no, we can't give Sheila that. There's
yes, we can!
No, there's not a force in the world that can handle that level. Okay?
I mean, she's already too powerful for mortal Ken. Why stop now?
Imagine
Sheila deserves nothing but the best.
We'll melt down Snicker Snack and turn it into bladed shoes. Look at she's like, you can't do that to my son. How bladed?
I do wonder how Snicker Snack would feel about that, though.
Snicker Snack would be so mad. I feel
Yeah,
like.
but you
I-
use your gossip buddy.
I don't think
Why
so.
am I just imagining Snicker Snack singing "These heels weren't meant for walking"?
And that's the advertisement for our new musical episode coming up soon. Nah, I'm totally joking. Although if I would fucking do it, by the way. If I could write songs, I'd fucking do it.
Full evil women campaign.
Lizzie, mad last.
A full femme fatale
I would
campaign.
be so hype on that. You can see the cogs turning.
I just noticed I just clicked into the suit.
A villain campaign like no other. Coming soon to a World Tree Quest near you. Fuck, stop giving me ideas, guys. After that with Sheila, and with Sheila then having this and moving on to making her way back, we're going to jump now to Arya. Arya, what's Arya's first steps into the day? Arya, compared to many of the others, had a fairly small blip to their person last night, but other than that, fairly smooth night. So what is Arya's first steps in this new day?
Arya wakes up, kind of rising a little early. I think she's still kind of in that sore funk from last night.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of like she doesn't go super stretches this morning. She just kind of sits there for a little bit on where she slept on the floor. And she'll kind of take her patchwork and she'll lay it out in front of her and just kind of take a moment to go over all of the memories, the good, the bad, the in-between, the bittersweet, all of the people that came from it, that reminder of how far she's come. And after a while, she gets dressed, puts it on, grabs her violin, and she'll kind of, out of curiosity, Brandon, how far feet-wise, like 500 feet or like whatever, I know Tinkle Death's cave is somewhere beyond vicinity, because I know we can't go into the forest right now yet, but out of curiosity, how far would Tinkle Death's cave be from where they are?
Mm-hmm. From where you guys are on the edge of the Springlands. So you're talking a good maybe 10 hours.
I'm not something like not traveling wise, but like, for example, if I was to Dimension Door has a range of 500 feet.
Yes.
Could I use Dimension Door to get there?
Oh god, let's have a look at that, shall we? If you were
to get there and back with Dimension Door.
Right, okay. Let's see.
I have something in mind, but if that would be an available place to do it, I think she would like to. If not, then she'll find somewhere else to do what I have in mind for her.
Okay, let's see here. You'd be traveling. Foot per second would be 5 feet per second, because you travel 30 foot per 6 seconds. And we are looking at okay, so you're looking about 35 miles. So 35 miles into feet. Is 184,800 feet.
Oh, okay, so too far.
You would have to cast that quite a lot.
Darn. Okay, then not Tinkle Death's cave, unfortunate. But she is gonna try and find a quiet and private place as far as she can get in. Someplace maybe like a little more open space to go to, because last night she tried praying, just talking to the Greater Hand for some kind of sign of reassurance or comfort, but she still couldn't really discern if it was actually from some greater creator being that cared enough to listen, or just her own imagination trying to comfort herself. And that left her with that stinging feeling of like, I'm not like other people. Where do I belong? I feel alone again. So she's gonna try doing what she normally does to make herself feel better and see if she can combine that with praying again. And even if it doesn't really reach the greater hand, it's almost like trying to like give something back to herself that was sort of taken from her when she was younger. And
Mm-hmm.
and also just make herself feel better as music always does. And Brandon, I
Uh-huh.
did actually write something, lyrics, like cover lyrics to a song that I have in my for to play. Now, bearing in mind time and not trying to be mindful of everyone else, I could either just say them or I could sing them. Up to you. This would be her act of praying and doing something to make herself feel better.
I think what I'd like you to do is speak them for me, please.
Okay.
Speak them for me. You said that you had them as have them as like cover lyrics, yes?
Yeah, the song
Okay.
itself is Scales
Purely,
of Song from the movie Belle. but-
purely because music and tunes and such, I'm not quite sure how it falls DMC wise. I don't want us to get like, you know, the sound shut off. So that's something. If you just speak what you've got, that'd be great.
Okay. Alright, so she takes like that deep breath and places her hand over her heart again. Just kind of asking the greater hands to at least listen, and if not, then this is just something for her too. And she hasn't really sung much since she was younger. She started to dip into that again, but it was something that was sort of taken from her by the same abuser who kind of made her feel less than because of how she looked or because of how she sounded or acted. Like the memory of like, oh, the comment was like, your eyes aren't normal. That was a big thing for her. So it's like this is her taking back something. So the lines that she sings and prays as she plays are, greater hand, guide me through the dark, on the wings of a small, simple melody. Words take flight and soar, they carry me. A world will see. Looking for a hello, I pull the threads. A life lives alone, I cannot accept. I can't tell that lie, I can't survive. But I can grow strong, keep joy in my song. Seems like everyone shines brighter than the sun. But what about me? Tell me how far I'll roam till I find home. O greater hand, you guide me. When will I belong? There's more to life I have to know. It's just me, gone so far from all I've lost. The silence shackles my soul. Still the heavens ring, they call, and their voices lead me. Greater hand, guide me to the light. Let the melody lift me high. I'll be free. Greater hand, please stay by my side. Wings of love, fly into my life.
That's lovely. That's very nice. Oh. What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? I know what I have. Roll me a. Give me a d20. I need to grab a book. I get a book.
Okay.
Get a book.
Okay. What is my bard song say? Okay, that was.
I need that, and I need this.
Okay,
What did you roll?
just a straight roll.
Straight roll.
Straight
Nothing
roll?
else. Straight roll.
That's an 18.
18. Okie dokie. Nope, that's the wrong book. It's this one then. Okie dokie. You play a violin. You play a violin, yes?
Yep, and that was her singing lyrics. And I think by the end of it, there's like tears down her face. And even though I think it's almost like a little fracture in her huge heart, kind of kintsugied itself. Like because halfway through, she was almost expecting someone to be there to tell her to shut up, like they used to. but just being able to express herself that way, get a part of her voice back, I think that was very healing for her, regardless of whether or not the greater hand answers her prayer.
Okie dokie. In that case, I would like to. I'm going to send you the rules for something. As you're
Okay.
going to feel a weight at your hip. You feel this weight form at your hip. Not a heavy weight. Honestly, it feels about the weight of like a full cup. But just very sudden, boop, at your hip. What would you like to do?
I will try and see what that move is.
Okay. So you look to where you are sitting and you look down at this new weight attached to your hip. And hanging there is a horn. Now, when I say horn, I don't mean like a hunting horn or like a drinking horn. I mean like a solid metal, rose gold with like a woven golden filigree along it. Like a long, tapered at the edge horn. And it has writing, girdled runes around the outside of it. You can translate them. I believe you can translate them. You can speak Celestial, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you can translate them. This horn is named Heaven's Herald. And a voice is going. This voice, it's not Raziel, and it's not Azrael. It's no voice you've heard before, and it's no voice that you even recognise as a voice. But you understand it to be speaking to you, even though it's not really making what you would classify as noise. It's like the audible. If you were to take the sound of the description of imagination and make it one noise. That's about the best way I can explain that to you.
Oh, I love that.
And all it says is, never know fear without understanding why. As this thing lands with you, you do not need to attune to it. Okay? So this can just be used. However, you do not know what it does. When this voice speaks to you, you cannot speak back like message or sending or whatever. This is just it speaking to you, almost like a divine version of telepathy. There's no path for communication back other than anything you've been doing before.
What do you mean by anything I've been doing before?
Praying.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
So what would you like to do?
I think she takes the horn from her head, looks at it, really thinks on, what was the word again? Do not fear.
Do not know fear without knowing. Do not know fear without understanding why.
I think she's kind of chewing on that for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way I can cast can I possibly cast Identify on it?
You can?
Okay. Yeah, I want to need to answer, so I'll use spell slot for that one.
Okay, so you use a spell slot and you cast Identify.
Actually, no, I think I'm gonna ritual cast this one. I think this is something.
Okay.
She almost like hesitates and then like crisscross applesauce and identifies because she's trying to learn to be more patient with things and wait for things. So rather than just immediate answer, she wants to try and get a deeper understanding.
So over the course of 10 minutes as you examine this thing, trying to get a better sense of what it is, This golden trumpet is divinely magic. It will never be dulled by rust or dirt. As an action, a creature, for this one, alignment does kind of come into it, but it's not like mechanical alignment, it's more like where you feel your character's at. A good aligned creature can blow the trumpet, which emits a rousing battle song that can be heard up to 600 feet away. The creature blowing the trumpet can choose up to 12 allies within the area, so that's 600 feet within the area, to receive the benefit of Heaven's Herald. An allied creature becomes immune to being frightened and makes all wisdom saving throws with advantage.
Whoa.
In addition, its hit point maximum increases by 2d10 and it gains the same number of hit points. These benefits last for 24 hours, and once used in this way, the Herald cannot be used again until dawn. If you're a neutral aligned creature, you attempt to use the trumpet, no sound emerges, nothing happens. If an evil aligned creature attempts to use the trumpet, the creature must succeed on a DC 15 dexterity saving throw as a column of divine flame roars from the heavens to smite the user. The creature will take 8d6 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one.
Well, good thing she's chaotic good. Whoa, that is sick. She kind of just smiles to herself. It's like, if this ain't a sign that at least someone cares enough to hear her, then I don't know what is. But even if she hadn't, she's grateful for it, but I think she's more grateful for just having given herself something back. And she feels better again, and she'll put Harold's form back at her hip, opposite to the one where she has her patchwork.
Mm-hmm.
Stand up and kind of take in the morning air and the peaceful sounds of spring. And yeah, she'll kind of like go over to a tree and kind of put her forehead in on it. And I think it's Sylvan. She'll just say to the trees, she knows that they're alive, that they have souls and spirits. Thanks for listening. I'm happy to see you growing strong again. And she'll kind of skip back to where her friends are, playing just a little lighter John Hughes.
And with you making your way back, this will be the point where everybody can now converge back together. Time is of the essence. Everybody knew that they were going to be waking up, maybe having an hour or so to get things sorted, get ready, before they were moving out. Before Kessler's was going to be channeling the teleportation circle. So, does anybody have anything, as you converge back together as a group, that they think is pivotal before the teleportation circle is activated? Nothing for Sheila. Reverie, anything for you? Elion?
The moment I feel the magic apparate and we begin to teleport to whatever destination our wonderful mage has chosen for us, I'm going to pants him. So that upon arrival, he is.
So that'll happen in a moment. Okay. Arya, anything for you before?
Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure I find Barry and give him like a big hug goodbye.
Okay. Barry hugs you back.
We'll definitely see the elephants when I come back again.
And he nods frantically and he's like, you really do have to see them. They are massive.
I mean I've seen mammoths. I'm excited to see elephants though.
Elephants are like mammoths that had a bad haircut.
Well, I had a bad haircut, so. Right. Bye.
He waves you off. Kess Lisa's there. with all of his hair very prim and proper, as it always is. Except now there's this very elegant braid. And he starts to channel this magic as he starts to open the teleportation circle. And as everybody's there and everybody is willing to be teleported, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1. Elion, you pants him. And boom. You guys are sent off to a small outpost in the middle of summer. Not the middle of summer, sorry, on the edge of summer, next to the far away mountains. And that's where we're going to take our break. Don't go anywhere, folks. I've got a feeling that something funny's going to happen as soon as they materialise. In
I'm so
Kesley's
excited.
naked from the waist down. We will see you guys after a 50-minute break where I'll let my party go and get some food and grab a drink and do that kind of shenanigans. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you after our 15-minute break. And on today's and on the last session of the forming that will ever air, because we've all just been at each other's throats talking about Bridgerton.
We just played
Of all the
Bridgerton
things,
Monopoly.
I hope you
honestly.
guys just understand that how much I actually respect all of you is that as a Scottish person, I just admitted online that I watched Bridgerton.
As
But
you
anyway,
Yeah.
we were discussing Bridgerton, so we now all hate each other, obviously. Anyway,
We're divided in half.
okay. I love you all dearly, but gods above you have infuriated me. I'm now out to kill you.
I'm really wide. I count as 2 people. It's got to be a landslide.
Moving on before we develop.
Oh my god, I'm gonna kill you all. I'm gonna kill you all so hard. Death comes in many ways.
If we're gonna die, your NPC's gonna do it half naked.
And so the
How does it work this way?
Tarask burrows up from the ground. No. So as we said before we left, you guys have the magic circle has been triggered. Kessler's has been pantsed, and you guys materialize in the middle of a Summer Eladrin military outpost.
Arya's just laughing her ass off.
The
The
magic-
second we materialize,
Uh-huh.
can I cast Summon Celestial in front of Kesselis to block people from seeing him?
So first off, I do need to do this because it was done fairly quickly. So, what I'm going to need is, for everybody, other than Kesselis and other than Elion, I need everybody to roll me a perception check. Okay? It is going to be with disadvantage because it's not actively being looked for. Okay?
Okay. Just enough.
It's also not going to be massively difficult because he's kind of there in the open.
I rolled a 7 both times. Plus 5, so that's 12.
12, okay? Reverie?
It's a straight roll for me because my fancy shield gives me advantage, so I got a 20.
20. Okay, let me do...
That's so low for
Carrion.
your perception, though.
First roll's a 7. Second roll's a 17, so that's a 7 for a total of... He's got really high... Nope, that's Kesselis, that's why. That's more
I
like
feel
it.
like Kessel's gonna be too busy
7
concentrating on
for a
the spell.
total of 12.
This must be kid and sheet. There's like 15 negatives on it.
And Kiki is a flat die. So first roll's an 18, second roll's an 11, so Kiki gets an 11. Okay. Anybody with an 11 or higher, as I said, it's not a very difficult roll. Oh, sure, sorry, Sheila. I'm so used to assuming you see things. Sheila, what did you get?
I saw things. 18.
With disadvantage. I'm so used to you just seeing things. That's fair. 18. Okay, so anybody with over an 11 is going to see. So then, for at least 6 seconds, Kesselis is visible with his trews around his ankles. He does have underwear on.
Phew.
Reverie, you wanted to cast Summon Celestial.
Yeah, I'm gonna block him from being seen.
Okay. You summon Celestial right in front of this Celestial with these large black wings, manifests and spreads its wings, blocking out the view of, at this point, all of you. I'm gonna have to roll a con save for Kernan and Kiki because they're immature.
That's my boys. That's my boys.
Kernan nat 20s, and Kiki fails.
Because she
That's
gives
right.
him a death glare as he goes to laugh.
Kernan kind of does the, and then turns and kind of looks at you, Elion. Kiki immediately does the, and you can like he is near enough stuffing his fist into his mouth. Kessley just kind of shuts his eyes and is like, "I've had a dream like this."
Now you'll have a memory.
Do any of the other members of the party have anything they would like to do?
Mm-hmm. You know that look
I love that demure little.
You know,
It's like-
you know that if you have been to church with your parents and you have ever acted up
Oh no!
or just in public,
Oh, no.
you know that look
Here comes
that
the
your mother
flashbacks.
gives you?
Yeah.
Yup.
Yes.
You know that look?
I was raised
that look
Catholic,
that
yes.
promises death. Yep. Same here.
When we get home, I'm beating your ass.
Yep.
That's what that look is.
Reverie's head very, very slowly turns.
We're going to have to stop at the furniture shop on the way home because we need to get bunk beds. Because you and your ass are going to be separate entities for a week.
To look at Kiki because he's laughing,
Mhm.
and then
You would
at
have to look
Alien,
at Arya too.
progressively getting worse, like in threat level.
It's like everything else goes silent as she turns and looks at Elion.
In my defense, he left me stranded on a cliff in the wilderness. This is quite tame.
Remember that when I burn all your clothes while you sleep.
Kessli's eyes just go wide as he's like, oh no, she's been told.
I take whatever punishment comes my way.
Good, it will be public.
I would hope so.
Alright, Kiki's just looking at each other, trying to hold in their giggles again.
Kiki's like, his like already kind of red toned skin is like purple.
Arya's looking like the Summer King.
Anyway, Brad, what's in this room?
It's not a room. It's in the middle of the outpost. And when I say outpost,
Okay.
I mean it's literally just an outpost. There was like a small barracks with room for maybe 10 people. There is, I guess, what you could call like a guest house. Like if officials were to stop here, this would be where they would rest. There is a tavern. You can hear the sounds of a forge, basically, where they would repair their armor and weapons. Nothing of any fancy means whatsoever. And there's a trading stop for any passing merchants that want to kind of stop in, set up for a night or two before heading on. The entire place is maybe about 150 foot full round. Sorry, 150 foot radius, so 300 foot diameter.
Yeah.
And when I say it's been built at the foot of the faraway mountains, like they are right there. The base of those mountains is about a 5-minute walk away from you.
Crazy. Well, I
Kesley,
assume we're just... Go on.
no, Elion, you go first by all means.
I just said I assume we're just going to move on. No pit stop.
Ideally, yes. Guess you want to take a minute to.
Kesley's
Right,
just
you
like
know?
clicks his fingers, presses digitation, pulls his trousers up, and then he's going to kind of like rest his fingers on his temple, and I think I'm definitely going to have to invest in something that's a bit harder to do that to.
No hard feelings, right?
There's no patterns on your undergarments look cute.
He's going to turn and look at you with a look of like abject horror on him, like, why were you looking?
It wasn't intentional.
You noticed a pattern? Generally, when I see something along those lines, I look away immediately. You noticed patterns?
Do you not see my hobby? I lift up my patchwork.
He just kind of shudders and is like, oh. And then Kernan is just going to kind of put his hands
I mean,
on
he has been
Kessler's
naked, I wouldn't look
shoulders and push away and just like, How about we, get to moving before we all start trying to kill each other?
Ideally, yes.
And he's going to kind of, as he's pushing away and he's walking away from you, Sheila, he's going to whisper quite low, but he's going to say, I would like the first death within my vicinity to at least be, official. And as he's walking by and Kiki kind of straightens up a little bit, still chuckling, he's going to elbow Kiki in the gut and Kiki's going to double over again.
Gonna pat Kiki's back. Okay, big guy.
I'm going to move to go catch up with my bestie and my son. Kicking Elian as hard as I can in the ankle on my way past.
Roll to hit. D20 plus strength. I don't believe you're proficient in unarmed attacks.
I'm not. It was a natural 20.
Right, okay, so what's your strength modifier?
It is +1.
So +1 makes 2, 2 doubled makes... No, not 2 doubled. So it's a total of 3 damage you do. 1 for the max, +1, so you take 3 damage. Elion, as much as it's only 3 damage, she catches, that, I don't know if you've ever worn, armoured boots with an attached shin guard. That wee gap right at where the ball bit of your ankle is?
Oh.
She catches you right there.
Ow.
So it's fucking sore, but, it's not debilitating damage. Every time I look at Ash, she's just got this smile on her face, and I'm like, she's planning something horrific. You just have that face, Ash, of always planning something. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything bad. I would never plan anything bad.
I'm a princess.
Actually, Queen, thank you.
I was about to say, put some respect on that name,
That's
Queen.
correct. That's correct.
Okay, is anybody spending time in the outpost, or are you guys just moving on?
Can I ask, no one here recognizes me, right?
I'm so fucking glad you asked. No, nobody does.
Yeah, I knew you were going to do that.
Nobody. But I mean, the thing is, you look so vastly different than what
for
you
real.
did. However, you would recognize some of the people you trained with.
For real.
However, what to do is roll me a history check and see if there's anybody of any significance you recognise.
10.
Okay.
I'm pretty dumb.
He also just got conked in the ankle too, so.
Yeah, I'm teary-eyed. That's clearly why I can't see people I recognize.
Not like new glasses or anything.
I
So
laughed.
you can see somebody you do recognise. Not like a friend or even like a rival, just like somebody that was there when you'd begun your training and such. You were both like recruits at the same time. He didn't really do anything massive, so he didn't move on to the levels you did. But he became like, he did service, and then he went into obviously being like a guard. Although here he does have his captain's colours. Your history check was a 10, yeah?
Yeah.
You can't remember a family name, but you do remember his name, which was Halen. Halen.
Okay.
He doesn't seem to recognise you. He's just like, handing out patrols and such.
Okay. I am going to do what I do best. Right. I'm gonna head over. I would assume, as much as I am banished and I am not of my own previous stature, I at least still have my insignia of rank.
Yes, of course. You would have your insignia of rank, which would denote you as being fairly high. I mean, to put it in a way that we would understand, is Right. So using Warhammer 40k terms,
Mm.
you're like a commissar.
Okay.
Okay.
But, like-
so you're of rank, but there are several people that do outrank you.
Oh, of course. But theoretically, I would be at least on par, if not above, this captain.
Oh, you're several steps above what
Hand.
most Summer Eladrin would call a lowly guard captain.
Fantastic.
You are able to walk into most townships and take command of their units there. The only thing that outranks you, or is at least on par with you, is like a city watch captain.
Yeah.
You guys are like on par with each other. They exist within like a more centrally located space, whereas yours is a universal rank. But you are still on equal par with each other.
I'm going to, at some point on my walk on the way to him, when someone's not looking, I'm taking a cloak. Just taking it, wrapping it around myself and pinning it with my badge.
Okay.
And I'm just going to, Captain.
And he turns to look at it, and then when he sees it, he immediately like, goes into like, full attention, salutes, standard Eladrin salute, hand twice on the chest, bows his head, and he says, "Apologies, Commander. We did not know we were due for an inspection."
Well, such things are more productive when they're anonymous, no?
Absolutely understood.
I have a group of under my protection. We choose to venture into the desert. I'm going to need adequate transport.
Of course. What can we supply?
Whatever you think is best. I'm not familiar with the area.
We're a very, very small military outpost, sir. But we can supply demigryphs if you require personal transportation. We have and he cannot. He's like, we did have some carriages and such, but they were recently attacked and ransacked. But we were able to detain and capture the creature responsible, and it is due to be executed come the morning.
Creature?
It kind of at this point, it kind of puffs his chest out a little bit, quite proud, and is like, the first I've ever seen in my days, Commander, a griffin. But my men were able to capture it with minimal injuries, and the creature is penned outside, awaiting execution.
If you, I'm sure if you continue on this path, you'll be in line for some good news. Fantastic to see you. I would prefer, if you do not mind, while you're collecting our transport, for me to see one. I haven't seen one myself.
Of course, and he's going to turn to the patrol that he's setting up and be like, you set about your duties. I will take the commander to investigate the creature before it's executed. And then he's going to turn to you and say, "Would you like the honour of executing it yourself?"
Procedure is important. Doing it out of order would be difficult and a lot of paperwork for myself.
Of course. At which point he will wave to one of the guards who comes with when I see like a great axe, you think of a very particular thing. An executioner's axe is a very, very distinct type of axe. It's almost a halberd's length and size. As a guard with slightly less armor than any other, you note this is because the armor is more meant to guard with the heaviness of the swing of the axe. Starts to make his way over, and he's like, then if you do not wish for the execution yourself, we shall do it in your presence as proof of how seriously we take this. And he waves the guard over, and he will gesture to take you to the back where the creature is penned.
I will gesture for him to go first, and then turn to the group and go 1 minute, and follow behind.
Okay. To the rest of the party, are you giving them the minute, or are you leaving without?
Give him a minute. Just kind of confused pastels, but I know this is mostly just like a base kind of thing, but like I do kind of want to check just make sure that there's no one who like I don't know maybe because it's military would know or work
There
with
is
my family.
no noble presence here whatsoever. No
Okay,
noble presence whatsoever.
I will say, just from a visual standpoint, I don't think Elian has ever looked more comfortable.
Arya's never looked more uncomfortable. Well, no, she has. She's definitely. You guys have seen her more uncomfortable, but this is definitely like.
You're not wearing your family crest or anything, are you, Arya?
No, I think she kind of just keeps that in her pocket.
Okay.
Or like, because I don't think she would feel like she had the right to.
Then no.
And then on top of that, she was disowned. So like when she was hiding.
The only ones that would really get any kind of attention, and this is purely because of the very noticeable crown on his head, is that any that come near Kernan would probably salute. They recognise what a crown means, so they probably assume he has some kind of authority. To a certain extent, Kiki doesn't wear a crown, but he does wear like a crest, which symbolises that he is currently representing the royalty of the Autumn Courts. So they're the only ones really get any notice. Sheila at this point, forgive me if I'm wrong, I don't remember a crown being made for Sheila yet. No.
Not
yet.
So therefore, unless they actually approach and converse with Kernan and he introduces, which would obviously be a first step that he does, but unless that is something that's done, they wouldn't automatically assume that Sheila is a member of any kind of royalty at the moment in time.
Okay. But I haven't worn my crescent up in centuries. So
okay, so then none of them. They wouldn't even pay much attention to reverie. They're military. They are guard. They're outpost guards. The most that they have to deal with on this far flung edge of things is every now and again, coyotes, mountain lions, that kind of thing. You know.
I mean, Reverie still has that very angry look on her face anyway, so like probably for the best that they ignore her.
Okie dokie then.
Yeah, you said that was a tavern though, right?
Yeah, but by tavern I mean it's like a garden shed with a bar top.
Oh, okay. Because I remembered like centuries ago in spring, when I had sending Shep to make sure he was okay. He said he was setting up a pub. So, but this probably wouldn't be that.
Oh no, this is not that. No.
Oh, okay. That's the only thing. I think probably I'd just go over to, because I don't want the mom of the party to be mad at me. Just go over to Reverie and say like, I'm sorry I lost at Elian's prank.
It's fine. I'm just going to burn all his clothes and beat him up once we get to the human city aggressively.
For a prank. I mean, the clothes got back, but
No, not for a prank. Ooh. Gather around. Don't be mad.
Okay.
I get to be mad about this.
okay. I'm all ears, Beanie.
You remember the party when Elian was like, "Oh, I gave all that information to my boss that made us go on a very aggressive chase that almost killed all of Autumn."
Yeah, and that's why my undead brother was about to kill your oldest friend. Yeah, I remember.
And
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, you also know my friend the Raven Queen?
Yeah, we kept you company when we were still asleep. You're pretty good friends, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so Elian eavesdropped on a conversation that was private between me and the Raven Queen, and then proceeded to tell his boss about that as well.
Oh.
So that's why I'm beating him up when we get to the human city. That it doesn't have to do with the prank.
You know what? I normally like things to be copacetic and peaceful in the party, but that is 100%, maybe not within an inch of his life, but like at least a good bruising. What? Oh, that is him then.
That is why I'm going to beat him up aggressively. And then we will be back to normal. He did apologize. It felt genuine.
Yeah,
But I am very angry.
understandably.
Is Sheila here for all this? Like, I need to know that.
Oh, I said gather around everybody.
Oh, okay,
Okay,
cool. So,
So I would assume everyone, including my son, is here.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just. Is this a soldier thing where, like, you beat the crap out of each other and then, for whatever hurt you cause each other, and then it's like, all good kind of thing? Just so I know?
I think it's an autumn thing. Kiki? Do you think it's an
Kiki-
autumn thing?
Kiki's going to turn and look at you. He looks at you and he's like scared to look at you. It's like, well, I mean, it like depends on, like, you know, which part you're from. Like, I don't imagine, like, you know, everybody's all about, you know, smacking people about for doing something wrong. But like when I was growing up, whenever you know, brothers and sisters, you know, you get into a little bit of like rough hijinks and that. One does something bad to the other, you know. Dad would make us go out and you know, settle it. 10 seconds of fighting and then that was it, done.
Yeah, that sounds pretty fair. That was pretty fair for where I was from, too. So,
Where do you guys think I learned how to use the sword?
That's impressive. You are in focus. Okay, but after that, you guys are going to be. And he apologized, right? So after that, you're going to be okay?
he did apologize, and like I said, it felt genuine. Just with everything, it has been a lot, and
Yeah.
I was already angry and working through that at him, and then this on top of that, it was, you know, I am a person of I believe in forgiveness, but it's not a buy one get one. Forgiveness doesn't mean I have to tolerate it.
Yeah, that's
So I'm
There you
going to beat him up, and then back to normal. And if he does it again, he may die. But that's, you know, his own doing.
yeah. Okay, well,
He also, I think, talked to the Raven Queen afterwards. So I guess if she forgave him, then I can too.
yeah. I mean, he's definitely taking steps. I definitely noticed that. I mean, even after everything that happened, after we kind of recovered from getting out of the astral plane, I was not in a very good place, and he was the only one available to talk to, and he really helped me. So he doesn't do a great job of showing it yet, because I just don't think he's really been taught how. I mean, honestly, in summer we're not really encouraged to show our caring to people physically that well, but he does have the capacity to be a really good friend. And I think whatever he's working through now, he's taking the steps. But you do what you need to make this okay between you two again, and whatever else you need, especially whatever the Raven Queen has asked you to do, and we're here for you. I'm happy to help in whatever way you need.
So the Summer King stole something from her, and she just asked me to retrieve it, and in repayment, I get something back that was lost to me. So,
Ash,
Yeah.
I put something in the forming general chat for you.
can I look at Kessely's and Kieran and Sheila and like gauge their reactions, because they're the ones that know everything.
I'm so sorry, but you're gonna have to repeat that whole sentence. I was watching Sheila's reaction to something.
I said, can I look at Kessely's and Kieran and Sheila and gauge their reactions, because they're the ones who know everything that's going on with Elian and Reverie.
Yeah, Ari only knows that you guys went on a date.
Kesselice's eyes are that kind of like white blue. Like he's like that. That's like when like when people say you can see fire in their eyes. Like Kesselice is very, very winter. Like you don't see fire in his eyes. You see ice. Like he's angry. But it's less of a I don't actually understand the whole it's more of a I don't understand the whole situation. All I know is that he did something to piss you off, and that makes me angry. He's come now that it's been vocalized between the two of you. He's come very much into the listen. That's my that's my mum, and you don't fuck about with my mum, because then I'll fuck about with you, and I have the capability of writing a spell which will turn you inside out. Kernan is very... He's got a very controlled look about it, as if like, yeah, it's not great. Also not the worst thing that he's done that we've kind of given him a pass on. So... But also Kernan has the patience that we all strive to have. I don't know about Sheila though. I know her dad's a raving lunatic. So it's this video of like it's Beauty and the Beast and it's Gaston going.
I know.
Everybody knows her father's a lunatic. He was in here all night raving, and then it's Maurice and the entire cast of Beauty and the Beast with glow sticks
slow
going.
Down, Maurice. I love that video. Whoa, slow down, Maurice.
And now I just can't get the idea of just what I imagine Sheila's dad, but then with Anthony Hopkins' face on it. Just with a glow stick. Anyway, sorry, Sheila.
He writes different types of music.
Oh yeah. Sheila's dad's actually Skrillex. Bangarang! Sheila's like, I like classical music, what about your dad? Bangarang!
Bangarang! Before we go completely off the rails, I will say, you do catch a little bit of like something sharp in Arya's eye when you mentioned like something that was getting something back that was taken. I mean, she can kind of infer what you mean by that, and the thought, and she kind of does have that flash of anger when she thinks of like how Elion's actions might have possibly jeopardized that for you, but she'll take a deep breath and recognize this is not her place to intervene on behalf of her friend. You said you were going to take care of it, so just whatever you need, however we can help. And especially if you need to steal something back. Not fond of the idea of going to where the Summer Lord is, but you know, I am basically a Buckingham rogue, so whatever you need, we're here for you. Okay?
Thank you. But yes, that is why I'm angry. He's pushing his luck.
Do you want to get your anger out right now? Vent it out in a healthy way.
Hmm?
Do you want to consider your anger out right now in a healthy way? But you ever make something for you that can help?
No, I want to save it because I'm just going to use all of it to beat him up.
Okay, fair enough. But just let me know.
Thank you.
So, I typed something as a joke, and now it's registered in my mind that it is. I can't get it out of my head. So running on the jokes of that. Imagine if Sheila's dad is like one of the classic old school singers, right? So like Michael Bolton, but Sheila's brothers are Machine Gun Kelly and Skrillex.
Oh God!
Like two people who are just so like, you're moderately talented, but you're so cringy.
I mean, one of them eats pace and the other broke his arm trying to slide downstairs on a mattress. That doesn't surprise me.
But then her dad's just somebody who's just so effortlessly talented that he can make a comedy song good.
I mean, someone had to get the talent in the family.
Why am
feel
I
like-
just
I feel like
imagining
I
a cousin of theirs and it's like
After
why
this
am I
session, I'm
imagining
going
Sheila has a
straight to Hero Forge.
cousin? Imagine Sheila has a cousin and somehow it's basically Bo Burnham.
You know what? Do me a favour, Ash, just whenever you've got a bit of time, just send me all the information you have on your dad and your brothers, please. Do you know what? Rope your mum in on this as well. We got to get your mum involved in this shit as well. Who's the mother?
Obviously, Sheila's mom would be like a Patty LaPone.
Oh, 100%.
Why do I suddenly have the idea that Sheila's mum is like the Morticia Adams to her dad's ghost?
Is she an emo girl?
Mm.
So
I don't mean
bring, like,
I
the
don't mean in
goth
look.
metal.
I don't mean in look, but I mean in like personality and poise. And
Okay.
you know what I mean? But you
Fair.
know what? So we've got your dad representing the classic genre, like, you know, the croony sort of version of music. You've got the brothers and yourself representing the modern takes on the old spins. Imagine your mum being like Sarah Brightman.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my god, that's so good.
Like the fucking powerhouse, you know? I'm talking like I'm not talking like Phantom of the Opera Sarah, but no. I'm talking like fucking Repo the Genetic Rock Opera Sarah Brightman, you know?
Oh, I'm loving all of
Ash, we're gonna have to have a back and forth here. We're gonna have to have a back and forth. I've got so many plans. I've got so much shit in my mind now.
I love all of this so much.
Anyway, sorry. You guys were doing something. Sorry, I made a joke and then realised the joke's actually quite good. Sorry. Go ahead. Is there anything that you guys in the middle of something? Please go ahead. Sorry.
Just offering Reverie support in any way she needs, basically.
And Reverie, you said that you were saving it until you got to the human kingdom so that you could.
Yes,
settle
I
it.
was also trying to gauge Sheila's reaction
Okay.
to the
Yeah.
additional information.
She'll just look at you and be like, I know you can handle it, but if you need help hiding a body.
I don't need help hiding a body. I do need your opinion. I have now 2 dresses to choose from for this whole thing. And the other thing. So, like, I definitely need your professional opinion.
Okay, well, power move obviously with Asmodeus, and don't wear the dress he got you. Wear that to the human party, and then of course wear the power move.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh.
Also, scare the humans.
Try and scare the humans. We do have jobs to do as emissaries, after all.
The last 2 parties we went to, people have tried to kill us. I feel like it's a fair bet to do the scaring now.
Which is why I'm trying to be hopeful that maybe for once in our lives, we can go to a party where we just all get to have fun together and nothing bad happens. Especially since I'm giving a performance. I don't want something to interrupt that. I've been working on my routine for a month.
Exactly. So having Reverie be intimidating helps ensure no one messes with us.
I'm
You know what?
pretty good
That
at
is
being
that.
a scary guard dog.
Scary dog privileges is then. Oh, are we getting dresses too for like new outfits too for like when Kiernan's coronation and the wedding? I'm assuming like. You know, I don't know.
Kiernan just immediately is like, yeah, we don't have to talk about that like right now. We don't.
I think
If we need outfits, we do though at least.
I think by according to the laws of fashion that Sheila has put down in this group, we do in fact need new outfits.
We can go shopping in the Hume City. We can also go jewelry shopping too. We saw that they clearly have great jewelers there, and I haven't wanted to get something made for myself. So shopping trip.
Shopping trip.
On that note, I want to jump over to Elion. Okay, so pause there. And we jump over to Elion. Elion,
Yes, sir.
while they talk about the many colourful ways they're going to make your life a living hell.
Mm-hmm.
You're led out back. Out through one of the guard outpost gates to where there is a solid iron cage. It's at least 10 feet tall and at least 15 feet wide.
Mm-hmm.
And you're talking around about 20 feet long. And inside it there is this huge creature. It is pinned to the ground, tied, a multitude of ropes, and there are thick iron, almost like tent pegs, hammered into the ground. And you're talking at least 12 of them hammered in place. And there's this huge griffin. The griffin has a coloration that you are very familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
You at one point had one of its feathers.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hear the ropes straining as this thing tries to push its massive wings out to get any kind of like freedom, but it can't. It's pinned down, and it is like thrashing all of its body weight it can, but it can't move very much until one of its eyes rests on you, and it's in that, like, you know, that real slit predatory focal point, but it's when it sees you and the pupil bulges out a little bit and it stops moving, and the only movement coming from it is its huge, like, chest just Captain Halen has this smile on his face, and he's like, a real griffin. I mean, of course, I'd heard stories, but I never thought I'd see one. And huge. Even by what the stories say.
Magnificent, isn't she?
Of course, you would be able to discern that it's a female. I wasn't able to. I wasn't able to examine how. Yes, truly magnificent.
May I ask what your cargo was on the transport she attacked?
Tithes from the local villages. Some food and such as well, but mostly carrying tithes.
Sorry, what are tithes?
Tithes are like taxes. It's like, you know, from the local villages, small amounts of taxation happens in order to, you know, outpost guards and such like that nearby them, keep patrols going. So that's the majority, but some places, like, you know, a farming village, you're not going to take most of your tithes from a farming village in gold because they're not going to have that. So what you would do is you would take a portion of the food that they have.
Okay.
You're not like, so to be clear as well, it's a fairly normal occurrence. They're not bleeding them dry. It's just like, okay, well, we understand it's unfair to ask, you know, for money from you, because your place operates mostly on trade. So I tell you what, give us 10% of your harvest.
Okay. Didn't mean to interrupt. I was just very confused.
No, not at all, don't worry. So he's like, you know, mostly gold armaments, but food and such as well.
If I was to guess, just looking at her, is she is she noticeably skinnier? Like, does it look like she was desperate to eat?
Doesn't look like she was desperate, but, you know, easy prey is easy prey. I mean,
Yeah, of course.
When so you know that griffins tend to live near mountains. They live on cliff tops.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to prey on anything that's smaller than them, and a demigriff, they're not going to recognize that as something. They'll definitely sense this is similar to me, but it's like a bald eagle's not going to look at a falcon and go, no, I'm not going to eat that. They're going to go, you're smaller than me, therefore I can eat you. So it could be anything from it attacked the caravan to get to meat because it was a hard day. The hunting has been sparse, or it could have been that she was going for the demigriffs because that is an animal and I have children to feed.
Mm-hmm. Open the gate.
Yes, of course, Commander.
If you've done a good job in pinning it down, it shouldn't be a threat. Open the
gate. Of course,
absolutely.
and he goes and takes the key, and he unlocks the cage, and he swings the 2 doors open. She doesn't move. And she hasn't even looked at him even as he stepped closer. She's locked on you.
I will walk in very slowly.
Uh-huh.
Crouch down so I'm right in front of, like, inches from her face.
He comes up and he's like, strange. This is the stillest I've seen the beast.
Back up.
As you command, and he steps right back.
You're okay. You idiot. Are you aware that you've captured one of the Summer King's personal mounts?
Give me a... For this one, just deception. Just plain deception.
$19.
He got. I wasn't aware that the Summer Kings. I wasn't aware that he rode a griffin.
Do you notice your rank, Captain? Do you think you should have been made aware?
He kind of looks at the captain's badge he's got, notices your, badge of, like, commander, and is like, of course, there's information that I would not be made privy to. I just, it attacked our caravan. I made an assumption for the protection of the area that I am...
You have done a fantastic job defending your men, and I commend you, but this bird is to be released. Do you understand?
Yes, Commander, at once.
And as a favour to the fact that I like you, Captain, I won't tell him personally.
Of course, Commander. Of course, and he immediately goes over, draws his short sword, and starts to cut at the ropes, and eventually gets to the point where it's only the ropes that are keeping it pinned to the ground are no longer there. It's just the ropes binding the wings and binding the feet together. And he goes in and he holds the blade, and he's acting more on panic right now, so he's not considering I'm now very close to a griffin. He's just like, this motherfucker's angry at me. And as soon as he cuts the back leg, so these lion-esque back legs stretch out as he cuts them, and then he cuts the ones with the talons at the front, and as soon as he does that, the talon lashes out, and it doesn't pierce him. It's like it grabs and pins him to the ground.
I'm going to do the How to Train Your Dragon. I'm going to stand in front of him, push one hand out, push the other hand out, just to separate them.
Okay. You put your hand up, and she turns this. She is a huge creature. Remember, we're not using the standard stat block for a griffin. She is huge. She is she's like 6 foot tall at the shoulder. Hulking mass of muscle and pure tensed. She's got him pinned, and as you get there and she turns, and this little bit of freedom she's got, you can see the beak pushing until it snaps the rope, and she lets out that really high-pitched eagle screech. And then when she turns her head to you, and you know, you're standing there with your hand out. She eventually pulls her talons away.
I'm willing
puts them
to
the
let
ground.
you, bird. I'm willing to let you go, bird, but do not hurt my men.
She turns her whole body. And as she does it, she also arches up her back and puts her head rotated to you so that one of those eyes is on you. And she presents her wings to you, as in like a cut the ropes binding her wings, like she's telling you, you need to cut my wings. You need to let
Captain.
me free. Captain will reach out, shaking hand, trembling. Like to the point where he doesn't even have to saw the sword, he just touches the blade and the trembling does it itself.
Captain, respectfully, fuck off.
He turns in while just maintaining his composure, he all but sprints back. Here, Executioner has left the axe and is going. He's done off long ago.
I turn to
this-
the griffin once they're out of earshot. He didn't deserve that, man. I mean, I'm sure he captured you, but he's just doing his job. You gotta play give and tell. You cooperate, they'll give you good things. What if I wasn't here?
She gives that kind of like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard the sound that, you know, bald eagles actually make. Because the whole America freedom screech, not a bald eagle, red-tailed hawk.
Yeah.
But bald eagles actually sound more like they're chirping. And so she makes that kind of like, it's almost like it's the equivalent of going like, oh come on, you know for a fact, like I could have taken him. It's the equivalent, it's the bird equivalent of that.
Clearly, by your current situation, you can handle yourself. Everything in my heart tells me that if I let you go, you're going to get caught up in trouble again. Is that true?
She just chirps again.
I cut the rope.
You cut the rope, and immediately her wings, like she, as soon as they're cut, she lurches outside and shoots these massive wings out. You're talking easily 30-foot wingspan. Each wing is easily the length of her body from tip of beak to tip of tail. And she stretches them out, angles them, and you can, it's like with a bird this size, you can actually see the feathers separating. Like that's how much, like it's like when you're in the morning, you stretch and you get to the point of the end of it, but you keep pushing it. That's very clearly what she's doing, spreading out every feather she can. And then she turns back to you. Gives a small kind of curious little mini screech, and then plods over to you with this huge beak. This beak itself is about the size of your torso, and just prods you once. Not with the point; it's got an arch to it, but it's more like with the rounded flat of it, prods you in the chest.
I headbutt her gently. Ow.
And then she's going to turn, and I imagine griffins, because they're not used to being on the ground for long periods of time, when they run, I picture them almost being like antelopes, where they kind of like half jump, as if they're always in preparation for leaping and spreading those wings. And so she does that. She runs, hop, 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 and then just off into the sky. And she peels away towards the crest of the mountains.
It's been a week. She got caught in a week. This bird's an idiot. I'll go find Holden.
Dignity. I wonder if maybe Serenity's descended from her.
With that, do you return to the group, Elion?
I will quickly find wherever Holden has ran to.
Halen has ran.
Oh, that's it. Halen.
If the original part, if the rest of the party hasn't left this area, you guys can see the captain and the executioner come running back into the outpost, with Elion very calmly walking in behind them.
Are you quite done pissing your pants, Captain?
I've done no such thing, Commander. I was merely returning to see to the collection of your necessary transportation.
Weren't you taught in training, and I have his blade, to not leave your weapons on the ground? They can get damaged, Captain.
He puts his hand immediately to his hip, seeing that, and then like, of course, Commander, that was.
It will be a formal write-up, Captain. It will go on your record. I'm only joking, Holden. You can have your blade.
He takes the blade back, puts it back into its sheath, and is like, "Will there be anything else, Commander?"
Good job. And I pat him on the shoulder. Keep up the work. I'll see you have a promotion in the next year.
As you say, Commander.
And I'll go find my friends.
Okay. You guys see that whole thing.
I just very like expert maneuver my arm into Kessalis's arm. Like he should guide his mother, but it's to prevent him from murdering Ellie at sight.
I just go up to Elliot and be like, "Do I want to know? Is that at least funny?"
He had something of mine that didn't belong to him. Frankly, doesn't belong to me, but definitely not to him.
Okay.
He's a good man. He's just, I kind of look back. Quite far behind on his progression tree.
Yeah, I can see that. Although you have such high standards, though, so.
High standards, you know, hoping everyone else is adequate. Semantics.
I'm just playfully like slapping on the arm and then just walk away, rolling my eyes.
So what were you guys talking about?
How much shit you're in?
Oh, I commandeered transport. Wait, So I commandeered transport. They think I'm like a watch commander. So I've got the run of the place. Because apparently news of my exemption is either very held closely to the chest or hasn't reached this far.
Well, I suppose that's a good thing.
Also, you look completely different.
I look exactly the same. I've just had a hair change.
And an eye change and a skin change. I mean, I didn't even change my looks that much when I went into hiding. At least you didn't take up a silly accent like I tried to. Really, this was such a weird accent to carry for a year and a half. Anywho.
This isn't the... Okay.
Yeah, no, I used a fake accent, but this is not my natural hair color. Briefly dropped the glamour to show my natural golden blonde. Let's put it back to the copper. And I used to... Remember when we first met?
Sorry, you dropped your glamour?
Just briefly to show him like how I used to disguise myself, and then I put my copper color back.
On a roll of a nat 20.
I used to have my eyes like green when we first met, remember?
2,
Golden dragon.
3.
Natural golden blonde, copper color. It's very brief.
No nat 20, so no recognition.
Phew.
Oh, now the nat 20, really?
Oh boy.
I trained with him though. He's a lovely man.
Nice.
Needs to learn thing or two about keeping his britches unsoiled, but good guy.
Yeah, that was funny.
I mean, I have my personal transport. I just need a few minutes, but seeing as I don't think we came with the mounts, because that I don't know if they can come with the teleportation circle.
No, they can.
Oh, okay, then.
Did the tour bus come?
Yeah.
I would not have left.
So-
I would not have left Serenity behind anyways.
So Elliot just got a private room. That's what he just did.
So what?
No,
so
no,
bear in
no.
mind, this is a
Very-
small guard outpost. What they essentially bring over is like 3 or 4 demigryphs with some basic armor and a chariot.
Can I see these demogryphs and how like they interact with with my demogryph, my sweet clumsy bird?
If if you were to compare these demigryphs to horses, these demigryphs are Clydesdales. Well bred for an all-round purpose and, bred with high musculature. I imagine Serenity as being more like a mule.
A doe. Oh. Yeah, but she's got personality.
Serenity certainly gets the job done.
Barely.
She is affectionate.
These will take you from A to B to C to D. Serenity will take you from A to Z, somehow to 2, and then back to Abraham Lincoln.
But at least she'll cuddle with you.
But they
That's
will give you a
sorry.
great gun. And that's the important part.
To Arya, anyways.
No, the Serenity's more of like a demigryph that was meant to be trained, and it was kind of like the training didn't really work, so she's just there.
Just like Arya. Just
Whereas
like Arya.
these demigryphs are like military trained.
So she's perfect for Arya.
Yeah.
I'll grab whoever brings the mounts over. Turns out that transport has been brought along after my arrival, but if you have a map of the surrounding area or any tips for routes, that would be perfect.
Where do you intend to travel, Commander?
We're heading to the human settlement. We're emissaries.
Oh, well, I mean, any path over the mountains is going to be treacherous. We have some scouts in the area along the mountain pass, if you intend to take that route. The only route I know that will save any form of time would be through. You
Time
need
is-
to travel through the mountain.
Through. Fantastic. This looks like it's your first time at a station. Are you nervous?
It's a fairly easy station. We haven't had any trouble. We've lost a couple of scouts going into the tunnels, but they're mostly due to cave-ins and collapses.
No sort of run-ins with any other races, like mindset. I don't know if you know what mindsets are. Things with like tentacle mouths, or even some sort of new looking kind of race. I know from the maps I have, there's something called dwarves in those maps. I don't know if
We
there's
haven't
anything like
met
that.
anything. I have no idea what a dwarf is.
I don't know why, but I'm curious to find out. As long as they're not, gonna kill us on sight.
No, we haven't had any run-ins with anything.
Okay. The
Then
cadence and stuff like that.
Through. Yay.
Yay.
I'm just gonna slowly start leading Kesselies into the tour bus.
Still
Okay.
trying to be optimistic.
Kessler's is going to pat your hand as you take one, just be like, don't worry, everything's going to be okay. You can stay on here, and I'll stay on here with you, and I'll make sure that nothing gets on here. And if it does, then I will set it on fire, or freeze it solid, or make its brain come out its ears. if it has ears. If it doesn't have ears, I'll give it ears, then I'll make its brain come out its ears.
I don't know if it had ears, but it did make everybody, like half of the group that I went in with last time, go insane. So.
Okay. Then, and he's going to take off his ring and hand it to you.
I would prefer if you kept it. Because what if something happens to you?
Then I'll need you to be able to fix me. But if something happens to you, I can't fix you.
That was really sweet. I'll take the ring. I have to attune to it, don't I?
A ring of mind shielding, I think you do.
I hand it back. Unfortunately, I cannot use it.
He'll close your hand over it and go, then keep it just to give some semblance of comfort.
Okay, once we're through the mountains, I'm giving it back to you, though.
Absolutely fine.
Okay. I look at my cold ring. I feel like it's a jealous ring. It doesn't like any other rings.
Not really. You're not getting really any kind of emotional reaction from it.
He knows all the other rings are inferior.
Probably. They're not sentient, so. God,
Yeah.
could you imagine if I had 2 sentient rings? Just 2 things talking
Just
about
got
the same time?
10 sentient rings all shouting at you at the same time.
That would be a headache. And you still got the ring of 3 wishes in your pocket too.
This is
Yeah.
my ring of winter. This is my ring of 3 wishes. This is my ring of mind shielding. And this is Doc and bashful and grumpy and sleepy. Okay. So Reverie and Kesley's go on to the tour bus. What about the rest of the party? I need to be very, very careful on that. I need to be very specific how I say this. While you're travelling through the mountains, who wants to be outside and who wants to be inside?
I'm going outside.
I think Sheila's going outside just that way. She can attack anything if she needs to.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like
Arius.
I need to run at threats, so I need to see threats. I will say, I will quickly ask the same dude who was talking to us about scouts if he is on patrol tonight.
He will say, no, Commander, the captain saw that there was autumn and spring patrol units with you. We can't spare a lot of men, and he kind of stands up a little bit straight and is like, I have been ordered by the captain to escort you and ensure that you reach your destination.
Oh, no, don't trouble yourself. It's going to be very dangerous territory. What I want you to do, and I'll quickly write him a little note, that's the very polite way of telling the commander that you were with tells you to fuck off. I can do what I want for this guardsman, and I'm going to hand him my keg of moonshine. If the captain gives you or your boys any trouble for your celebration of a griffin capture, show him this note and he should leave you alone.
He's going to look at the note and he sees what you've written. You can see that you're essentially saying to the captain, by the way, I give this guy permission to do what the fuck he wants, so you shut the fuck
For
up.
one night.
For one night. Okay, cool.
And make sure you boys polish off the bottle.
I will see that it's done.
I'm gonna wake up 6 towns away.
Summer military life is bleak, dutiful, and repetitive. This dude needs to get fucked up at least once a year, right? It's all soldiers have, bro. It's booze and TV. That's all they get, and TV don't
Yeah.
exist here.
I just imagine be like, nicely handled. Also,
And-
like I said, that I would not have wanted to see some soldiers outside of our posse traveling with us. Lest anywhere to get back to my family.
They are a riot, but I don't think they'd mix well in present company.
Okay, so inside at the moment, I currently have Kessler's, Reverie, and Kiki.
I normally like to be out in the fresh air because I don't like enclosed spaces all that much, but given where we're going and the unpleasantness of that, I think I'll probably be in the carriage for once, and also just I want to be there for like emotional support for Reverie, especially.
Okay, so that means that outside, I have Sheila, Elion, Kernan,
And my giant celestial.
Oh yeah,
and the Celestial.
which one's this one named?
I don't think it has a name, they just have like a get up.
No, but I remember she's named them in the past.
I think I named one Fred. I don't think I named this one.
Wilma.
Ginger.
Bruce.
I like Ginger. Fred and Ginger.
Let's get the darkest hair possible.
Brave and black hair. You're ginger.
It is a ginger so deep it's almost black.
And if that's it, then you guys start making your way towards the entrance into the tunnels. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay. Before you enter, the Automiladrons, they draw their spears. The spears are tipped with like crystalline heads rather than metal heads, and they reach up in muttering words in Sylvan, which basically equates to ignite. They touch the heads of their spears and they cast the light cantrip. Whereas the Spring Eladrin, who are on two of those large like hearts, they touch their fingers to their antlers and do the same thing. So you guys have got bright light in front and behind you.
Nice.
And then you make your way into those tunnels. It's about it's about 38 hours until you're expected to be at the agreed destination for the humans. And you know it takes about 24 hours to travel through these mountains, through these tunnels. The good thing is that because there's places to sleep inside this, you can move constantly and still count as having a long rest. While down here, we come to one of our favourite little things, random encounters. I only need one roll, and since Sheila's the one that moved her hand, she's volunteered. Sheila, could you please roll me a D... You're guaranteed to get one in here. I've got a very special list, so it's not a D100 I need you to roll. It's a D6.
How many mind flayers? Jump the cart.
No more mind flayers.
I hope it's a hobgoblin.
Two.
Cool.
I just miss Shadow, bro.
Yeah, we know hobgoblins can be reasoned with at least.
Ain't he dead?
Yeah, Shadow did. Shadow lived
But he
to
had
a, Shadow lived to a very old age, but he was killed.
Yeah.
Animated assassination,
But
like a secret collective in Reverie's honor to keep a promise. See, not all of the races are like automatically gonna try and kill us.
they my boys.
I miss Keenan.
Oh, Keenan. Oh, I miss them all too.
Okay, so on a 2, this doesn't happen until about 6 hours in. So after about 6 hours, these tunnels are definitely different from the ones that you guys saw when you entered the mine. For one, you entered into a completely different set of tunnels to begin with. The walls here are smooth, well dug. For a minute, you could have had the thinking of, oh my god, it's more of them, because they had quite well dug wings, but those ones were more like corrugated. These are smooth. Like, you move through these and you can run your hand along the walls without it changing dimension at all. It is incredibly smooth, like planar smooth.
Can we see that from out the windows too in the party bus?
I mean, yeah, if you look out, yeah.
Look out.
As you're moving outside, I guess it would be those who are outside. So Sheila and Elion, you guys can make a roll for perception checks to see who has explored it. Whoever gets the highest gets it. I'll roll for Kernan.
$23.
Unnatural 20.
23, unnatural 20. Alrighty. For 6 hours, there's been silence. Nothing but the sound of the carriage wheels turning and the sound of your own mounts making their little noises they make, or the small conversation that happens between travelling companions. But it's then that you see something strange. You see what appears to be tools. Crafters' tools. Hammers, chisels, sledges, that kind of thing. Fairly scattered. Not scattered as if there was some kind of attack, but more of like a, oh shit, I'm late, knock it over while I'm running out kind of thing. Eventually, when everything kind of catches up and your vision coalesces along with the bright light, you find a camp. Early on, with your perception, what you can see is that this isn't a Summer Eladrin camp. It's too rigid, angular. Like, the closest you would be able to compare to this would be like giants, but this is definitely not giant. In fact, as you look at some of the bedrolls, they don't even fit the shortest of you, which would be, I think, Reverie would certainly fit. But I mean, by Eladrin standards, outside, they don't. You looking at this, you'd be surprised if Kesselis could fit inside one of these sleeping rolls. The camp has what appears to be maybe 3 bedrolls, maybe a 4th which has already been tidied up, cooking gear and such, and like mining picks.
My brain thought like mining picks as like in photo, so I just imagined a bunch of dwarves taking selfies mining.
Hashtag mine life.
Now take a silly one.
Hashtag diggy diggy hole.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. I played that at the after party, by the way, and people went wild.
Hashtag on that grind.
Right, we can't sing anymore. We can't sing anymore. We will get our sound shut off.
Sheila, would you like to take a look?
I want to.
I don't know. I could go on my own, but I feel like together we'd probably stand more of a chance criticizing the heightily impaired.
For their fashion.
That's true.
I feel like we're better suited for that.
And obviously, Kieran one probably should guard because no offense, boys, and I look at the Autumns. I don't trust these guys to guard as effectively as we can, and he'd probably be mad that there's beds down because they don't sleep on the ground or something.
He's gonna just.
We can bring
narrate
Kieran.
Kiernan is like, you know, Elion, I think this is the first time I've ever said this and been glad that I can see it. And he's going to point to his crown and go, but I can do whatever the fuck I want. And he's just going to, you know, pull his heart into place and have it trot up beside you. And as he gets close to you, he keeps this serious look in his face. And then when he goes by you, he gives you that kind of... You've seen Braveheart, right?
No.
You've never seen Braveheart? Fuck. No. Oh my god. I'm trying to think of how to describe that shit-eating...
He is English.
Of course. Right, Ash, you've seen Braveheart.
Yeah.
You know the bit when he meets up with them, they go, what are you going to do? And he gives them that smile and goes, I'm going to pick a fight. It's that smile. That smile he gives where he gets up to Elion with this really serious look in his face and he's just like... and then just trots ahead of him.
Give him like a playful nudge.
He gets up... What? Oh yeah, it comes to a stop.
Okay, I'm gonna poke my head out and be like, everything okay?
Just taking a look. Looks like someone's left some breakfast. You'll hear us scream.
Kiernan is going to approach, and he's going to do the thing that Kiernan is best at doing, and he is going to use survival. Natural 20, there we go. Kiernan gets there and dismounts, and the smile kind of fades away, and he's like, this is really, really strange.
Care to elaborate?
He's doing he gets down and he does like, you know, like what Aragorn does in the Lord of the Rings films? Like, he doesn't do that. He does it properly. So he gets down and actually puts his hands to the ground, and he's like, whatever moved through here is short. I mean, not like as short as Reverie, but shorter. But they're weighted as if they were much larger. Huge. There's 4 of them. He kind of looks around and he goes up to their campfire and he puts his hand, just puts it right into the coals for about 2 or 3 seconds and moves it away. Coals are still warm, so they've been away for a couple of hours, maybe. I have no idea what is going on here.
Had a whisper to Sheila. You know, when he tries, he's actually kind of impressive.
I mean, him putting you in your place also kind of made me proud that that's fine.
It's all part of the banter, but I think I like him a lot. I see what you see, you know?
Okay, should we actually figure what is happening? Are we gonna go for an adventure?
I mean, hold on. There's Brandon, is there any script, perchance?
Yes, there is. There is, in fact, what appears to be like slates.
Now, I don't know how I can do this,
Me neither.
but I can speak Dwarvish.
You know that Dwarvish too? Cool.
I mean, I know it because I have the Belt of Dwarvenkind. But Elliot does not know. He's like, they speak common?
No, they don't.
Looks like something I read in a book once, I think.
So Sheila, how we can explain it for yourself is that Dwarvish uses the same script as Giant.
There we go.
So it's maybe like, in order to keep it, lore accurate, for yourself, Sheila, it's you can understand it, to be clear. You can still understand what would be said and what would be read. But it would be akin to like a French person speaking to a Belgian person.
Okay, yeah.
Or actually no, something closer. But like a Swedish person speaking to a Norwegian person. 99.9% of things that you hear, you're going, alright, cool. Then one thing you'd have to go, you're going to have to repeat that. Just to keep it lore accurate. Give it like a handful of minutes talking to them, and then yeah, we'll let it pass. Elion, you can. And Kernan is going to look at one of these things and be like, I have no idea what this is. Holds it up.
Doesn't it remind you of giants, though?
I'm not going to lie. I was paying more attention to the fact that, several of them at one point tried to eat me.
Minor details.
No, I don't read giant.
I mean, I don't read giant, but I can read that.
Okay, do you want to read it or do you want me to?
It's up to you.
Whose translation do we test better?
Well, I mean, both of you can read it. It's fairly simple. It's like a diary entry.
Oh. This is peering to someone's personal privacy.
Oh, please, can I do it?
I bring it closer.
Ah!
The diary entry is essentially from the point of view of a dwarven miner. And they are part of an excursion that has been sent out to explore tunnels that haven't been explored for a while. It's kind of like a patrol, but they send out miners in case there's been any collapses. They dig them out.
Oh, it's boring.
Until it gets to the part about the dragon.
Wait,
Oh, it's boring!
serious?
There's a dragon!
I can't tell if you're being serious or not.
I was about to ask.
The diary entry talks about the dragon as if it's like a common thing. Specifically, the way it's worded though is they use the term worm. Not WORM or WY. WY. Which is a common thing for giants as well. Giants would say worm instead of saying dragon. And they use the word worm. And as the writing goes on, it talks about how this one's behaving a little bit differently. And it then mentions that they think they've found a tunnel that leads to its lair, and they're going to go into it and try and collapse a piece of it so it's forced to dig around. They're not collapsing the tunnel on top of the dragon, just collapsing this particular branch of its tunnels so that they can take their tunnel back and it can tunnel off somewhere else. There's no entry after that.
Fearless little guys. I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to be tasked with collapsing the tunnel to a worm's lair.
I mean, so we're going after them because I want to find that worm.
Right,
Sheila,
I mean,
you say that, but these scales are having no reaction to being near these mountains. The two scales that you already have, no reaction.
But what if I'm just not close enough?
You know what? Certainly a possibility.
Come on.
I mean, I also have apparently affiliations with the dragon, but they are also a walking, flying death sentence. Look, don't get me wrong, I'm confident me and you could do it, but there's also other people we need to look out for,
Or they just give me a magical scale and everything's cool.
I don't know what that means. Aren't dragon scales inherently magical?
Not all once they fall off, because is it the dragon that gives it the magic, or is it the scale that gives the dragon the magic?
I'm confused. Kieran, are you confused?
90% of my existence, yes.
Yeah, see? You've lost us.
Kiernan goes to make a comment and then he stops. And you see his ears twitch up. And for those of you... Actually, no, everybody can, actually, because, the window's been opened by Arya. So everybody can make...
Got my head out, listening out.
everybody can make me a perception check. This is to do with hearing, so dark vision will not help you.
Ooh, I'm good with hearing, so
14.
22.
14,
that's
22.
an 8.
Also 22
plus-
twinning.
Yeah, girl.
An 18 plus 5, so 18, 19, 21,
23.
23?
Okay. That point you hear
What's my 18
footsteps.
today?
Hasty footsteps and quick footsteps. But heavy. Like thudding, but thudding from something like, you know... Kernan, you know, already off his heart, you know, he jumps back and he reaches instinctively for his hip and is like, shit, axe on bus. Draws his sword. And is like, you know, still getting comfortable with the weight, but he kind of gets up ready and he shouts back in Sylvan for the other two spring guards who hop off their hearts. They move their way forwards. The Autumn Eladrin are there. Sheila, Elion, as you guys are outside, you guys will get a chance to move into place here before this. What do you guys do as you hear the sounds of something coming towards you?
Immediately.
Arya, Sheila, and Elion.
Oh, I thought you said you guys like the
Nope,
party.
Sheila
Sorry.
and Elion, that's it. Sheila, what we going to do?
I'm gonna activate the scales.
Oh, which one?
Oh, do I only have to choose one?
Oh, you can activate both if you want to. It's just because they have, you know, they have like a cooldown. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna activate both.
Ah, cool, awesome. Okay, so you reach for this crystalline scale which glitters like periwinkle, and this deep bronze-colored scale, and their power. It's like since the addition of the bronze scale, most definitely, it's like electricity through your veins. It's kind of like like in the Avengers movies when Thanos has like one or two gems and he does the whole fist clench thing, and you can see the power going up his arm and it gets like the top of his chest and stops there. It's like you, but it goes down to like your elbow as this power starts to fluctuate through you. All righty. As you do that, no, actually, no, nothing would happen as of yet. Not on my side of things. On your side of things, you know, the scales still work.
Yeah.
Okay, they still
Okay.
work. I should have prefaced that better. The scales still activate. You still get their benefits, but on my side of things, nothing happens. So you're just activating the scales. That's all you're wanting to do.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Elion, what about yourself?
I will look at Sheila and be like, really? You're going to go all out?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, fine. I will cast Spirit Shroud on myself. Flames will kind of creep from the hair and then start licking off. As I literally start calling, according to the spell's description, intangible dead spirits that start floating around me.
Okay.
It's the biggest spell I have. At 3rd level.
I thought you just had a wings transformation.
Huh?
Oh, you guys aren't gonna get the reference. I'll send it. Never mind.
I know Winks. I know Winks.
Okay.
I was more of a witch girl, but I know the reference at least.
Oh, magical girl, absolutely. Sailor Moon-esque.
Yeah,
I'll
but like
send it in the
goth.
chat.
Yeah, Sailor Moon transformation, but goth.
Then as you guys prepare, it gets closer and closer until what could easily be a child, you know, like 4 foot tall, maybe 4.5 foot, comes pelting towards you. And it's got like a helmet with a visor, shoulder pads, thick gauntlets, chest armor and such, hurtling towards. It's got a shield which is looks like it's growing something on it, which they kind of and hastily throw aside, and all they've got in their hand is this one-handed axe. And they trip up, and their helmet tumbles off. And when they look up, you can see a bearded face. And they go, well, I don't know what you pointy ear fucks are looking at, but there's a fucking dragon coming.
Does your mother know that you speak like that?
What the? And you hear it's less of a roar and more of like a bellow. Like the noise that like the noise that alligators would make. You know, that kind of deep rumbly sound. And it echoes down. As this pale dragon pulls its way to focus. It is nowhere near the size of the dragons you've met, Sheila.
Huh.
Not even remotely. It still takes up the entire space of this cavern. But you can see as it's arcing its head around and it's moving through here. Since he stopped speaking, it's not moving forward. It just stops and its head moves as if it's trying to see something better. You can see its eyes are pure white. As this dragon is blind. There are no wounds about its face. So it's quite possible because it lives underground, it's just developed to be this way and it has exceptional outward senses rather than using its sense of sight. Unlike the dragons you've seen, which have very reptilian appearances, its face is almost fish-like, with more like a beak, hardened palate than it is jaw and teeth. There's a sense of there's like a musty smell that comes with it, like the scent you would get if you walked into a place which has like mold or damp. And it moves its head side to side. What would you guys like to do?
I'm staring at Sheila like, what are we gonna do? You're a lot smarter than me. I'm just gonna hit it. That's all I'm giving you.
He'll cast Wall of Force to block the way as much as possible.
Okay. I've put an image in the game images channel so you guys can see what it looks like.
What is that?
I agree.
No, it's not
It
cute.
kind of looks.
It's not
it kind of
cute.
looks
It's
like
a
a-
deadly monster. It's
I-
not cute.
It kind of looks like
I want
if
to put his
Golem
little
fused
face.
Yeah, it kind of looks like if Golem fused with Smaug a little bit, but like the cartoon version of Golem from like the Hobbit animated movie.
I
where
want
it
to
kinda
take him
looks
home.
like fish-like.
It's
I
not
just
cute.
think
It's a
it was
deadly
pretty-
murder machine.
I want to take him home.
So I didn't see.
Yes, I will cast Wall of Force to try and cut off as much as possible, like hold him back slightly.
Okay. You cast Wall of Force. Does Wall of Force have vocal components?
Yes, sadly, but
I say
I-
it really quiet.
can I say it in Draconic?
Yes.
Casual flex. Casual flex.
Okay.
Never girl.
Okay, so you say it in Draconic. You say it in Draconic, and this thing snaps its head immediately towards you, Sheila. And you guys, it speaks, and it's like, sister, you sound small, slight. And then it moves in that way of like it's almost like it elongates rather than moves forward, but it's just leaning forward, and its long neck slides out. And then it feels the wall of force. And then you
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
I may be slight, but I carry the power of your brethren much bigger than you.
As you say that, the pointed, sleek snout that you see, 2 slits crack open, and it's... Have you seen those deer that have the nostrils like there, and when they breathe in it's like it like opens right up, yeah? It's like that. It's like 2 sacks, and it takes in this scale thief.
Not thief. They gave it to me as a gift, as a keeper.
This one is an egg breaker. I would have him.
Yeah, I kind of understand that. Yeah, okay.
And this short person is going to look to you early on and to Karen and be like, I don't know what you tall folk are, but is she talking to it?
Yeah, she does that.
Well, could you maybe get her to tell it to fuck off?
I think that's what she's doing.
Kiernan is going to kind of like narrow his eyes and go, no, that's not her fuck off face. That's her I kind of get where you're coming from face.
Okay, little chum, I'm sorry, you might be fucked.
That thing ate my dad and my 2 uncles.
Oh, I won't let it hurt you. I was talking about the tall woman, not the dragon.
Kiernan is going to kind of prod his head forward and go, Sheila, love, you have that face on like you're you know that thing you do where you kind of agree with something. Is everything all right?
I mean, I kind of agree with the dragon. Apparently, the child broke some eggs.
Apparently, in revenge for the death of his dad
babies
and his uncles.
He's gonna like shake his head like, we didn't break any egg. I don't know what the fuck the thing's talking about.
Okay, one sec. Sheila will go back to the dragon. Is there any chance there may have been some confusion? This one's claiming that he didn't, but that you also ate his dad and his uncles?
I took the lives of the ones who broke my nest.
Was that when they were closed, like, trying to shut down the caves?
Shakes its head side to side. 3 rests hence. Tunnels broke. Eggs crushed. And I smelled. And again that intake, and she's like, them. Small. Meat. Smell of iron and fire. She's essentially saying whoever it was that crushed the tunnels about 3 days ago, or 3 rests ago, don't know how long that is for a dragon, they smelled like this dwarf.
Yeah, so she's saying it was about 3 days ago when you guys were closing down the tunnels.
We weren't even here 3 days ago.
Well, someone of your kind was.
And what the fuck is that meant to mean, tall, dark, and lanky bastard?
I'm just saying, I think she has a really good vengeance point.
Also,
Aye,
we're the
fair
only ones
play.
protecting you from the giant dragon.
It sounds a lot like you're trying to sell me out to the beast.
We might do if you keep giving attitude.
And I might take your kneecap if you keep talking down to me.
Can you reach my kneecap from down there?
Can I hefts the axe a little bit before Kernan just kind of like hand into the beard of the axe and pulls away, like, let's not be starting that. And he kind of turns to Kernan and goes, give me the fucking axe back or I'll use it to take your face. And Kernan goes like, I'm not the smartest brick. I'm not the smartest person in the group there, pal. But if you can't get the axe back, how are you going to use it to take my face? And this dwarf is kind of like looking between you both and is like, I've never seen this beast before in my life. What it's saying is lies. All I know, we got into the tunnels, this thing came up out of nowhere, snapped up my dad, tore my uncles in half, and just about took me out with it.
Can I make an insight check?
You certainly can.
God, 10.
It could be lying, it could be telling the truth. You can't tell. As both of them are arguing backwards and forwards, this thing is going to roar, shaking the cavern. And then say, enough! Choose, sibling. Your own kind. Or this rodent. And that's where we're going to end this session.
Ah!
I'm going to leave
Okay.
you a week to decide.
We had to have like heard from the car the roaring, right?
You heard this entire thing.
Yeah.
You said your head was hanging out.
Okay, because yeah, I would have stepped out then. I was just like,
Well,
We
We
will
can't understand
Okay.
it, though.
we'll certainly see what that
Oh.
comes to next week. Thank you everybody that came to
Oh,
see us today,
guys.
and thank you to my cast for an amazing game. How are we for next week? That would
Fantastic
be the
as
11th.
always.
always
cool.
good, always excited.
Next session on the 11th. If you enjoyed what you've seen today, check out all of our social medias. We are trying to verge away from Twitter, so we're more active on Blue Sky. So check out Blue Sky, TikTok, Instagram. Check out them all, because now that I'm finished show week, I'm going to be going into trying to post daily on everything. So just be sure you're keeping a close eye on them. You're not going to want to miss next week, because the party could be dealing with dragons. Other than that, go and check out my personal TikTok, Son of Asgard. I don't do much right now except post stupid things every day. But I am getting back into posting, and I can confirm that Sunwalker's Armory my usual stuff, where I dress up as a dwarf that pretends to give people magic items, will be returning soon. Other than that, I got nothing. So yeah, have fun with that. I'm going to pass over my party now and let them plug anything they might have. Liz, anything you'd like to plug at all?
If you want to see me play more D&D, too bad I'm exclusively with World Tree Quests forever and ever, as the player for the Forming and as the Archivist Divine. If you want to see me on other social medias, you can check me out as Patron of Chaos or patron_of_chaos on all social medias, Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, TikTok, all of it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that there, Liz. Thank you. Harry, what about you?
If you want to see me in D&D or anything else outside of the stream, I have a body, but it's not functioning very well, so I am actually only in this time slot at the moment. But I want to say, fantastic session again. You've been killing it, Bran, and I can't wait for next Monday.
Hell yes. Thank you very much, Harry. What about yourself, Khadija? Anything you'd like to plug?
Hi, if you want to see me play more D&D anywhere else, you can't. I'm also exclusively here at World Tree Quests. But if you want to see my stuff anywhere else, you can find me at Beach Al Kubra on Instagram, Archive of Our Own, and most often on TikTok, where I'm best known as the Book Dragon of the Bookworm Archive. We like wholesome tavern core fantasy cozy vibes, as well as having really good book recommendations shoved down your throat. I'm the gal you go to. Currently, I've been in a bit of a dry spell because I'm trying to work on writing my own books, but there's still a lot of really good playlists full of recommendations on there. So yeah, go check that out.
Thank you very much, Khadija. And last and most certainly not least, Ash. Anything that you would like to plug at all, my dear?
Absolutely not. If you want to find me on social media, you can find me on Ash Howard Music on most platforms. But apart from that, if you just want to see my lovely face, gotta do that here. So obviously this is the best place to do it.
And obviously it's a lovely face, so why would you not want to see it? But thank you very much for that, Ash. And yeah, that's it from my players, that's it from me, so that's it from us. Thanks for coming to see us, guys. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. And with me today, we have had Patron of Chaos, we've had Just Harry, we've had Khadija Al Kubra, and we've had Ash Howard Music. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe, talking to dragons at your own risk. Also, do not pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night.